Good morning, everyone, and we'll call to order the Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing for May 7th, 2024. We will get started with our invocation by Pastor Oliver, who is from East Cobb Church of Christ. Pastor Oliver.
Will you bow with me, please? Our Father in heaven, may your name always be kept holy. Father, as we come in this morning, we just want to thank you so much for this amazing country that we live in. Father, as we see what's happening around the world, we are reminded that we often take for granted the freedoms that we enjoy here in this country. So I pray that we will be a nation that will stand for freedom everywhere. Father, I want to pray for the people in this room right now. I know that in a crowd this size, many came in this morning with many personal and relational issues on their hearts. So I pray for peace in each of those situations. And Father, I pray for this meeting today specifically. I pray for peace. Pray for those who will be hearing requests and making decisions. I pray for wisdom as they hear these requests, and that they will do what's best for the county. Father, thank you so much for Jesus, who came down from heaven to trade places with us, to live the life that we should have lived and die the death that we should have died, so that we can spend eternity with you. And we pray all these things in his name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. John, if you could go over the hearing procedures for this morning.
And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise your hand so you could be counted for the official record. Then after recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes. There's not a process to reserve your time, and there's not a process to rebut what the previous party has said. So you need to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more people to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There is one case on today's printed agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice, and this case will not be heard today. That's rezoning case Z59 of 2023, SS Developers LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Mr. Vice Chair and Board, we did get a request late to withdraw one more case, and we would need a board vote on this one. But the applicant for rezoning case Z19 of 2024, Jelen Holdings, Inc., has asked this case be withdrawn without prejudice, so we would need a vote for that, Mr. Vice Chair.
This case is in District 4, so I would move that we grant the applicant's request to withdraw this case without prejudice.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion is approved, 3-0.
Thank you. There are a number of cases on today's printed agenda which have been held or continued, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z40 of 2023, Atlanta Remediation Group, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z40 of 2023 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z52 of 2023, 1054 Investment Group, LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z52 of 2023 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Flournoy Development Group LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z9 of 2024, Thomas Ork. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z9 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z15 of 2024, Dillon Investments LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z15 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z17 of 2024, ResiBuilt. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z17 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z18 of 2024, SUG Real Estate LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z18 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z25 of 2024, LCD Acquisitions LLC, Town Park Renaissance LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z25 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z26 of 2024, NGC Holdings LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z26 of 2024 will not be heard today. SLEP 5 of 2024, SUG Real Estate LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 5 of 2024 will not be heard today. And lastly, SLEP 6 of 2024, LCD Acquisitions LLC and Town Park Renaissance LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the June 4th, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLUP 6 of 2024 will not be heard today. Before we start the hearing, I would like to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your phones. When the phones ring and they do interfere with the broadcast and presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Please proceed.
Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for May 7th, 2024. First case on consent is rezoning case Z60 of 2023, MRE Canton LLC. Request a rezoning from GC to NRC for convenience stored fuel sales in land lot 60 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Canton Road and on the north side of Jamerson Road. Staff recommends approval subject to the following conditions. Number one, letter from Mr. Kevin Moore dated April 29th, 2024, which includes the site plan. Number two, district commissioner to approve the final building architecture and the final site plan. Number three, variances as identified in the zoning division comments. Number four, adherence to the Canton Road design guidelines. Number five, fire department comments and recommendations. Number six, stormwater management comments and recommendations. Number seven, water and sewer comments and recommendations. And number eight, Cobb DOT comments, last revised April 29th, 2024. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z60? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z24 of 2024, Williamson Properties LLC, request a rezoning from GC to NRC for auto detailing in land lot 85 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Canton Road and on the north side of Ecton Drive. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on March 19th, 2024. Number two, variances stated in the zoning comments. Number three, fire department comments and recommendations. Number four, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number five, planning division comments and recommendations. Number six, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number seven, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number eight, parking lot to be striped and all vehicles to be parked in a striped parking space. Number nine, no outdoor storage of vehicle parts. And number 10, no outdoor display of merchandise. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z24? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 13 of 2024, J.C. Allen II, request a temporary land use permit for a speech clinic in land lot 460 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of King Valley Drive, north of Cooper Lake Road. Staff recommends approval for 12 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, maximum of 5 clients per day. Number 2, 1 employee. Number 3, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number 4, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 5, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number 6, all clients are by appointment only. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 13? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And last item on consent is LEP 15 of 2024. Maria Claudia Ortega requests a temporary land use permit renewal for a daycare in land lots 949 and 950 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Alga Road, north of Camellia Drive. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, maximum of 20 children. Number 2, maximum of 6 employees. Number 3, no more than 4 vehicles parked on site overnight. Number 4, no signs. Number 5, no parking in the right-of-way. Number 6, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 7, use as an in-home daycare to cease at the time the applicant is no longer, at a time the applicant no longer operates the business. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 15? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the printed consent agenda, Mr. Vice Chair and Board.
Thank you, John. Vice Chair will entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's one more case I've asked to add to consent.
Okay,
and-
can you read that one in?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, rezoning case Z23, Michael L. Davis requests a rezoning from R30 to R20 for a single-family subdivision in land lot 341 of the 20th District. The property is located on the east side of Antioch Road, south of the West Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z23? Mr. Vice Chair and Board, there is no one here opposed, and staff would recommend you add this to your consent, subject to the letter from Kevin Moore dated April 29th, 2024, subject to the District Commissioner to approve the final site plan, subject to the District Commissioner to approve the final building elevations, no variances to the zoning code, Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations.
So I move that be added to the consent agenda, Mr. Chair.
Do we need to vote on that separately to add that first?
We
or-
need to vote to amend the consent agenda, and then it's added, then you vote to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the consent agenda by adding case Z23.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. All right, that motion passes 3-0. Now we'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Boulogne. Any discussion? Call the question. That motion is approved 3-0.
Okay, all those folks that were on consent, you're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. And we'll move right into the held and continued agenda. First case we're going to hear is rezoning case Z10 of 2024. Paul A. Ajua request a rezoning from GC and R15 to NRC for a retail center in land lot 1140, the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of All-Star Road and on the south side of Warren Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z10? One. Okay, let the record show there's one opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
From the last meeting, April 2nd,
If you could state your name for the record, please.
My name is Paul Ejua.
Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding Z10, April 2nd, objections were from zoning committee of Mableton, and there were 3 objections on that meeting. The first was the size of the property. The second was the variances, and Mr. Peterson also requested the zoning, the buffer zone. I have redone and adjusted all those objections. The property size has been significantly decreased. There's no more 10 feet of buffer. I'm maintaining the 20 feet of buffer, and no variances except for the front off of Oster Road. So I've already resubmitted the plan to address those objections.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think there was opposition, so we will give opposition a few minutes to come up. Thank you, sir. We'll call you back up with questions.
Did I send you a book? I think I screwed it up. Can you project this? Sorry for the delay. My ability to email a presentation apparently is lacking, so I hope my friend will bail me out here. My name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. We very much appreciate the changes that Mr. Ejua has made to the site plan. We think that this is progress, but not quite enough progress for us to be able to change our position. The plan is improved, but it is still too intense for this very, very small parcel. As I'm sure you've seen, the DOT staff comments raise quite a few concerns about the proposed development. It does not provide for right-of-way donation. The driveway does not meet the requested commercial standards. The parking spaces are too close to the entrance, and the 10-foot trail is not provided for along Austell Road. And in the southeast corner of the site plan, we're not exactly sure whether this is a parking place, it seems to be labeled that way, or whether this is interparcel access to the adjacent property, which we understood was not possible, and it does seem to be quite difficult. So, this is a rendering. Mr. Ejua was good enough to create these renderings, and we certainly appreciate that. It doesn't appear to meet the Austell Road guidelines, which require 75% brick by our reading. And the renderings may not really show the building in a realistic fashion, in that there's not nearly this much lawn around it because it's going to be so very close to Austell Road. And interestingly, the wide sidewalk that you see in this rendering is not on the site plan. So we're still in a position of having, unfortunately, to recommend denial because the site plan does not incorporate the DOT changes, and major changes to the site plan may be needed in order to do that. We know that there are situations in which recommendations and actual approvals for zoning cases are made based on revising a site plan in plan review to meet the DOT requirements. But what that results in many times is that the building stays the same size, but all the other portions of the site plan are compromised to meet that building size. Because these DOT requirements might impact the amount of parking that's available, that in turn might impact the size of the building. So we think it's better to work this sort of thing out before the zoning approval is final. And then I think the other points I've probably covered as well. This site plan is lacking a lot of building dimensions, it's lacking building dimensions as well as the setback from the street. So it's really a little hard to tell exactly how these DOT comments will impact the site. At the April meeting of your body, the applicant was asked to present a stipulations letter. We would very much like to see that, but it isn't. But we are not aware that one has been provided. So with that, unfortunately, regretfully, we're still in a position of needing to recommend that you recommend denial if action is taken today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this case is, Z10 is in District 4, so I will lead the discussion on this particular case. If I could have the applicant come back up. And if we could have the presentation that the opposition just had up, if we could put that back up real quick, because I've got questions that I'd like to.
Last meeting, I talked to the opposition for a few minutes, and I don't know what to do. She addressed to me what I should do. She was worried about the size. She was worried about the variances. She was worried about not having on site the dumpster. I have done all that. She says I should not take this personal. If I do what she asks, they will be okay. I went and accommodated everything. She says the size is too big. It was a 6,500, it's now 5,250 in a 0.64 acre land. A mile from my property, 3878 Austere Road, is a 0.62 building, NROC, and it's at 5,600 square foot, a mile from me. So I'm currently zone GC. And if I was to use GC, they will have more problems. I'm doing neighborhood retail commercial because it's friendlier than if I was to come here and ask for general commercial. So I look at what Cobb County zoning is looking ahead in the future, and I decided to abide by what Cobb County is looking at the future. I'm a physician. That is my clinic on the south. That is the property I want to improve. I've written, I plan to have after-school program, a hair salon, if not a drive-through, all the stipulations she mentioned in her email regarding pawn store, I've agreed that I don't plan to have a pawn store next to my clinic. She says I should have all this stuff written, submit to her, because even though it's an NROC, even if it changes in the future by Cobb County zoning, she or they want to have me confirm all what they don't want it to feature in that place. I am saying I trust the Cobb County zoning department more than I trust Mableton zoning, but I have listened to Cobb County. They have a better vision of what is good for Cobb County. And if in 30 years they say my property is supposed to be GC, I will do GC. When I got the first property, it was a GC, my current clinic. When I was going to do renovation, Cobb County asked me to make it NROC, and I changed it to NROC. The second property adjacent to my clinic is a GC. I look at the Cobb County website, and I realized that getting a store after-school program to accommodate the South Cobb High School, it is good for that facility. No matter what I do, I personally think this is personal. I am sorry, because I've downsized the property by 1,300 square foot. She says there's no more green space. I am below the square footage for the impervious. I am at 68. I'm supposed to be 70%. The parking spot is 29. I'm supposed to have 27. I have a dumpster. She says the parking spot is too close to the road. It's not true. There's a property, 3878 Austere Road. She can go by there. It's a 0.62 acre. There's an Infinity from Comcast. There is a fast food restaurant. It's similar what I'm doing. She says it's too close to Austere Road. It's not too close to Austere Road. The property as it stands now will be 35 feet from Austere Road. Look at my clinic. My clinic is closer to the road than Austere. The reason I have to do that is because I have to maintain the 20-foot buffer that the Cobb County is asking me. So I want to do what Cobb County asks. I don't want to oppose Cobb County.
Right.
The square footage is right for the property. The parking spot is right. Imperviousness is right. So I thought it was going to be on a consent agenda because I did everything. When I talked to her, she says, make it smaller. She will be okay with the front Austere Road. Make it smaller. I don't think we're going to have a problem with the Austere Road. The first picture and the first site plan, the building was going all the way to Warren Drive. They said it was too close to Warren Drive. So what did I do? I decreased the building by 60 feet, so I should not have any variance request. On that 60 feet is a parking lot. I should have a parking lot. On the 60 feet that I decreased is a parking lot. Now she says the parking lot is too close to the road. It's not too close to the road. My parking lot in the current clinic is also close to Austere Road. So we're talking about development. We're talking to make Cobb County. Austere is going through development. I'm trying to be part of it.
Okay, thank you. And let me just first thank you and commend you for revising the site plan as you were asked to do last month. I certainly appreciate that. However, I do want to be careful we go over a couple of the DOT comments because I think the position I'm hearing is some of these comments could impact the overall site plan and may result in a shift of the building and also a reduction in the number of parking spaces. I think you meet the minimum number of parking spaces that are required. However, if these DOT's comments aren't accounted for or are accounted for, there's a potential that you'll have to shift the building a little bit to make sure that you are able to one, provide the right-of-way donation, the driveway. I know we had a conversation, our work session last week. Because you are expanding the buffer on the backside, you had to shift the driveway a little closer to the.
Exactly.
I get that.
Yes, because they said 10-feet buffer was too small. Let me do 20.
Understood.
So because of that, I lost all the parking on that site.
Got it.
And then on the front, north, they said the building was too close because I wanted 25 feet. I am donating 5 feet of the land to DOT because the Warren Drive is 40 feet instead of 50. So I'm willing to submit, give away 5 feet for DOT for the future. And I'm bringing the building 60 feet, and I'm using that 60 feet for parking.
Right. So let me also mention too, I think the conceptual design that you showed, the elevations of the building show a green space in front of the building that probably isn't completely accurate. So that's probably something we need to revisit as well. And here, when we talk about a zoning stipulation letter, that's not so much for, it is for the public and it's for the community, but it also serves as a matter of record for the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners that will consider this. And in that zoning stipulation letter are the details under which you and the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners have agreed. So that's an important document for us to have, so all parties understand what is required for this project to move forward. So
I sent a letter regarding that to an email to you, what I should not have on the stipulation email, stating what I'm not going to have. Basically, is what she does not want me to have. I've agreed to that. Pawn store, gun shops. I have no problem with that.
Okay. I'm gonna stop here and defer to a couple of my commissioners to see if they have any questions for the applicant.
Sorry. So my only question is on, and thank you for explaining kind of the changes that had occurred. So you, I think, can you pop up the old site plan and the new site plan? Is that possible? I think, just so I can understand kind of what has changed, just
Thank you.
in plan. think maybe just having the first site plan would be good.
Yes.
Just what was presented last time.
Thank you.
So this is the old,
Perfect.
Okay.
No, that is the very first one.
this is the first one?
The very first one. So I made changes from that. This is, keep going. There you go. Perfect. So the first site plan, I had a double row parking on the back. I had a 10-foot variance to be able to accommodate a double row parking. Cobb County says the 20-feet buffer is so important for the neighbor. Cobb County says they need a 8-foot fence. I already have a 8-foot fence, 250 feet to accommodate the neighbor. So if you look at that, they are double car parking. I took away the double car parking and I maintained the 20-foot requested. That was what was argued on April 2nd. The second argument by Mableton is that the building is so close to Warren Drive. It's so big of a property, and there's no dumpster. So what did I do? The green space was all on the north of the building. I talked to her. I lost 1,300 square foot. I decreased the size of the building. I have no request for variance on the north. It's 60 feet up all the way to Warren Drive. And I'm using that for parking. I lost parking, but also I lost size. So that was easy. She said she will not have a problem off Auster Road because I'm going to decrease the building. I'm going to maintain the 20 foot. She gets that. I maintain the 15 feet off Auster Road because I don't have any more parking on the back. I went on the south. I maintained the 35 feet request. She says there's no dimension. There's a dimension. The building is 105 by 50. It's 5,200 square foot building on a 0.64 acre. There are so many retail stores in that same area. 3878 Auster Road, right now, is 1 mile from me. It's a nice retail building. The same design. It has 33 parking. It has 0.62 square footage, and it has 5,400 square foot, almost 5,500 square foot. And the parking is directly off Auster Road. It's 15 feet from Auster Road. Somehow, that property got approved. It was built 3 years ago. I drive there every day.
Great.
Okay. All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
I have a dumpster that she wanted to have. I have a nice dumpster at the back, which she did not see on the first site plan.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You can take a seat now. We may have some other questions for you. If I could have DOT come up.
Good morning, Ligia Florem, DOT.
Good morning, Ligia. You've heard some of the commentary here this morning, in particular, some of the comments from DOT that will have to be addressed. Would like just your feedback on some of those comments and how that might impact the overall site plan. I know, and what the process is like to make sure those items are addressed. So.
Yes, so thank you. And as the applicant mentioned, he did submit a plan in February based on our comments, and he was addressing, and this is the previous, so this is the newer one. So that one was addressing our comments, and it was complying with most of our comments at that point. So the main comment that's going to affect him is the uninterrupted access comment. We have a standard that we want cars to be able to get out of the road, so we allow a 50 feet from the right-of-way line to the first movement of a car within a property. So that's our standard. And he was complying with that with the previous, the other one, the February one. So that, yeah. No, the one that you just looked at before, February 19th. No, yeah. That one, yes. You see how the throat of the driveway
Yes.
is farther back, so it allows for a car to get out of the road and be able to make their first movement into a parking lot 50 feet, at least 50 feet away from the road. And then he revised it based on further comments that are not ours, and now it conflicts. So now he's in conflict. And to your question, now you go back to the one that is current. Now he doesn't comply with our comment. That's the major one that's going to affect him, right? The uninterrupted access. Because he has, immediately after the car comes from Warren Road, he has to turn into the parking lot. So then that doesn't allow enough people to get out of the road, which Warren, I know is a local road. However, they might affect, if three cars are trying to come into the parking lot, they might back into Austell Road. So we're always looking forward to what could happen, and that's why we have that standard. So in order to do that, he will have to omit those parking spaces towards the front of Warren Road that are facing Warren Road.
Parking lots or spaces
Correct.
1 through
Yes.
6?
Yes, sir,
Okay,
in order to comply with that standard.
okay.
Then we had other comments in the previous site plan. He had proposed a trail. We're not asking him to build a trail. We don't have a trail along Austell Road. There's sidewalk, and he's proposing in this new site plan to keep this sidewalk, which is fine. If there weren't any sidewalk, we would be requiring him to build it.
Okay.
I think those are the main ones. And the donation of the right-of-way, he already acknowledged that, and he's willing to do that, to donate the additional right-of-way on Warren Road.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions for DOT? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it. This next question is for the zoning staff. John, just a quick question. I know staff has recommended approval of this. I know one of the conditions was subject to the Austell design guidelines, and it was mentioned here that at least 75% of the facade would have to be brick, and just wanted to confirm that that was indeed accurate.
Correct, and I think it's in the staff recommendation that the district commissioner would approve the final building elevations on that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any questions for zoning?
No. Just a question regarding the trail connectivity. Maybe you could address or Robin could address, but I'm just trying to find out, what the current status of the sidewalk widening is. Is that the goal, sidewalk widening, and what is the trail connectivity, and how far has that progressed?
That's probably a question for DOT real quick.
Yes, we don't have a trail proposed along Austell Road. We do have connectivity of sidewalk. So we did just recently completed a sidewalk project south of this development. And so the sidewalk's already existing along this development. And if they were to disturb any of the sidewalk or curb and gutter, they will have to replace it.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
And Mr. Vice Chair, I just want to correct one thing I said. We have it in our staff rec that the district commissioner would approve the final site plan, but not the building elevations. So the planning commission would have to add that.
Add that to it, correct. Okay. And then one other question, since DOT just mentioned there's a potential for the applicant to lose those 6 parking spaces up there in order to properly align the driveway there. What does that do to them meeting the minimum parking spaces required for?
Right now, they're right at the minimum. So the 26 or 27 they're shown is what they're required to have. So they'll need a variance to be under parking then.
Okay. All right, if I could have the applicant come back up, please. So just a couple of things. One is there's a potential, in order to properly align this driveway, you lose parking spaces that are currently labeled 1 through 6 along Warren Drive. The other thing I want to make sure you're aware of is that the design guidelines for this part of the county require 75% brick. And
That is no problem.
that's not a problem.
Yeah. Regarding the design, that is not a problem. I could do 75% brick
Okay.
on the facade. I have no objection to that.
Okay.
And even the parking, I could take it south. The reason I'm not crazy about the parking, I could take some parking extreme south. You have to have green space to allow for the imperviousness. So when I did the parking north, I kept south as a green space.
Right.
So I think I might still be able to take those parking spots south and then have no green space.
Right.
Yes.
So my comment to that then is, so you got 27 spaces, you lose 6, that's about a third of the total parking spaces. How does that impact your tenants that are going to be in?
It's going
really as
to
soon as-
impact, and what I was trying to say is I really don't want to lose those 6 spots, so I will take those 6 spots south, because when I lose the 6 parking spots up north, it's going to be green space. So I'm going to use the green space south of the property to make for parking, because it's not ideal to lose 6 spots. So if you look far south, I have some green space. I may now turn it into parking, which does not affect, it does not have any variance.
Okay. And you may have answered this before, but the property that's to, or the corner that's to the south and east, is that, what is that, a driveway connecting to the adjoining property there? Where
No.
it says landscape pervious surface, but just to the right of that, 27?
There is no connection to the other property to the south. That is just space. There is no access from that.
Is it parking? I mean, what do you intend to use the space for?
Okay, that was one extra space I was going to use for parking, but it has no access to Oster Road. And I did a parallel parking. It was just one extra space. I think I have 28 instead of 27. That was a 28 spot.
Okay.
That was an extra spot.
Okay. All right. With the applicant back up, any other questions for him?
Just stay there for one moment, because I actually had a question for planning. So just for Mr. Peterson, if you're losing 6 spaces based on the current ratios, is it 4 per 1,000? That's a requirement for this particular use? I'm just trying to back in how much square
Yeah.
footage would have to be reduced.
What he's showing here is 5 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet, so there's 27 parking spaces. You know, he may have to either reduce the building or change the unit mix. Like, for instance, the retail is 5 per 1,000. If some of this is office, then that's 3 per 1,000, so it's less.
Right.
If it's restaurant, it's
10.
10 per 1,000. Right. And it goes up. So we just need to see how his building actually is configured, you know, during that process of the building permit.
Okay.
But he will need probably a parking variance for, you know, 6 to 10 parking spaces.
So the quick math on that is if you're 5 per 1,000 and you kept it as retail, that's
So-
1,200 square feet that you'd have to reduce the building size by. if I'm just-
Yes, Mr. Anderson, but if you look on the same property, just look south. I could take the 6 spots up north and I bring it south, so that on both sides of the building, you're going to have parking adjacent to the building.
Right. And I'm just trying to help you identify the levers you can pull. There's 1, variance, 2, building reduction, 3, relocating the parking.
Yes.
And so those are your kind of 3 options. And so
but-
I was just trying to think about, just making clear that. those
I
are the 3
understand, but I was saying that I don't have to reduce the parking to maintain 6. I don't have to reduce the square footage of the building, because I'm willing to take that parking up north to south, adjacent to the building.
Right. And,
I'm just going to change the location of the parking.
okay. And assuming that foots and passes, then another lever you have is to change the use from a retail to an office, if there were an office use, for at least maybe one component of it.
Right.
So there are levers you can pull. There are probably 4 I've just identified. That, I mean, maybe some of that gets worked out in site plan review, but I'm just trying to see if those are bridges too far or things that are workable. So thank you. I was just trying to work out the math, and so it was clear to all of us what that meant if you didn't need to go down the path of reducing the building size.
So where I'm at
Yes,
right
sir.
now is, I think there are too many unknowns. I still need to understand exactly what almost final site plan is going to look like, particularly now if we're talking about reducing the number of parking spaces, what the tenant mix is going to be, what the overall square footage size of this building should be. And then you're talking about moving 6 spaces to the south part of the lot. And so my recommendation would be that we hold this until we are able to answer some of those unknowns with respect to the architectural elevation, what the structure is actually going to look like, the tenant mix, and then if we are going to be relocating spaces to another part of the property, what that looks like as well. And then the proper alignment of the driveway off of Warren. So I think we need to amend the site plan, or you need to consider making amendments to the site plan so that we have a better understanding, the Planning Commission, of what exactly you're proposing to do. And so I would make a recommendation that we hold this until our June hearing, which is June 2nd, I believe. And we have an opportunity, you have an opportunity to revise the site plan based on what you've heard here today.
It's June 4th.
June 4th, excuse me, June 4th.
Thank you.
And that would be my motion. Excuse me.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z11 of 2024, Salt Springs LLC, request rezoning from NS to LI for an office and warehouse in land lot 35 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Old Floyd Road and on the north side of Center Street. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z11. Got one. Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So
If you could state your name for the record, sir.
sure, my name is Thomas Miller. I'm representative of Salt Springs LLC.
Thank you.
So the last time I was here, the question about could we go with a different zoning has been officially answered. We're wanting to remodel this building so I can run my plumbing company out of it. They have told me that they will not budge on making a different or being in a different zone because of the plumbing company, even if I park my equipment somewhere else. So that's the first thing. So I cannot operate out of this building unless it is zoned light industrial. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, awesome. So the first thing that I would like to point out is we have spent over $50,000 in improvements already to the property since I have owned it in last July, since when I purchased it in July. The property was completely overgrown. We do have pictures of before and after what we've done thus far. We have invested into the property significantly. It had roof damage previously, and all the work that we are proposing is to be done inside. We were not proposing to do any work on the outside of the building because it has been there for over 50 years. The previous owner of the property was not the best at landscape maintenance and let it get overgrown. We have since corrected that problem. In meeting with everybody previously, before the last zoning board meeting, there were no one from the zoning committee made any suggestions about anything that needed to be done because we were only editing the inside of the building. It only came about that we had to do anything outside until the Mableton Coalition made their suggestions, which all of their suggestions are not on a legal basis. They are recommendations. There is only one legal thing that we need to change on the property, and that is our watershed, which I am more than happy to come up with some way to change the watershed, but in order to do that, I will have to be provided some sort of storm drain to my property by the county. Currently, all of my water runoff for the property and for the last over 50 years has ran into the church behind us. The church has had many water problems after speaking with them, and they are not happy about the situation either. So in order for us to make any changes with the watershed, the county would have to provide me with some sort of stormwater. The next thing that I'll go over is that the recommended changes that the Mapleton Coalition has made is over $100,000. We got quotes on all of that work. The property isn't worth that much. Well, the property is worth more than $100,000, but it was sold to me for $360,000. So they're asking me to spend almost 30 or somewhere in the neighborhood of 30% of improvements on the property immediately before I can get it rezoned to even operate out of there, which does not make that business plan viable, especially with having to remodel the upstairs and having already spent over $50,000 of remodeling cost already. We are willing to work with the watershed department, but we haven't got any accurate recommendations from the Mapleton Coalition. They want us to produce options. They won't give us any type of guidance about exactly what they want done. They only want to essentially have us chase our tails. Not that they're even allowed to do that legally. They are not a legal entity that I have to report to at all. They're just a watch group community. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I do good business. You can look at the company rating. We have a 4.9 star rating on Google. It's Panther Plumbing. We are a upright and honest company. I've already made significant improvements to the building. I'm just trying to move into our shop so that way we can provide good service to our local community. Again, I am willing to make it a great place to work and be in Cobb County and work, but y'all are tying my hands here. I can't have my hands tied and do the things that y'all want to do. Not to mention most of the things that the Mapleton Coalition were already on our projected list to do as soon as we're able to get operation funds recouped. Do y'all have any questions for me before I step down?
We may have some questions for you
Okay.
After we hear from the opposition.
All right, awesome.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from the opposition now.
Good morning. My name is Robin Meyer, and I co-chair the Zoning Committee for the Mapleton Improvement Coalition. The request for light industrial zoning in this location is not something that we can support. The future land use map, as pointed out in the staff analysis, the future land use map for this area does not support light industrial. It is an area in Mapleton that is seeing redevelopment, and that redevelopment has been foreseen by your future land use map and does not include light industrial. This property is close to the Mapleton Elementary School. It's close to the Mapleton Town Square. It's close to new residential construction, the first in this area in many, many a year. And as such, the other property owners in Mapleton who are investing in their property and moving this area forward in concert with the comprehensive plan should expect other property owners to be on that same plane and moving in the same direction. The stormwater questions I think have been pretty well discussed here, so I won't go into those further. But the appearance of the building does not give us a lot of confidence that we can expect improvements in the future. And I believe the applicant has just stated that he doesn't plan to make any improvements to the exterior of the building. So this is the front on Old Floyd Road. This is also from Old Floyd Road, closer to the adjacent intersection. And this is from the side street. We're not exactly sure what that little subterranean building is in the middle of the parking lot. The chain link fence is old and rusted. There's virtually no landscaping around any of the building. And all of that could go a long ways towards making this something that might fit into this neighborhood. We very much appreciate the fact that a plumbing company is certainly the sort of consumer-facing business that we would like to attract to Mapleton, but it needs to come in combination with a property that fits into the redevelopment of this area. And so far, we do not see that that's the case here. These are the suggestions that we made. We're not in the site plan development business. We are, we have, as has been pointed out, we have no legal authority. We appear before you today simply as citizens participating in your public comment process, for which we're very grateful to be able to share our concerns. We have provided this list on several occasions to the applicant. We've been in contact with the company. A member of our committee has been talking to them as recently as last week. It would be our hope that we could see some middle ground here, that some improvements could be made. But if not, then we simply cannot support a recommendation for light industrial and without dramatic improvements to the exterior of this property. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our hearing. That concludes the public hearing for Z11. This is in District 4, so I'll leave the discussion on this particular project. If I could have the applicant come back up, Mr. Miller.
Sure. Are you able to use this? Thumb drive. Has pictures on it for before and after. Or if you can pull up the Google Maps picture of the property, they are before I owned it.
So I understand from the hearing last month, in April, that my fellow planning commissioner provided some direction with respect to providing a detailed stipulation letter that addresses site cleanup, stormwater management, landscaping, placement of the dumpster prior to the meeting today. Have you been able to provide that information at this point? Or have
As
you?
I stated, we do not have anywhere to take the water because the county has not provided us anywhere to send the water. As soon as the county provides me with somewhere to send the water, I'll be more than happy to direct it to there. I own a plumbing company. Running pipe ain't no big deal for us.
Have you reached out to stormwater management to have a
We
conversation?
have.
Okay, and what was that conversation?
They are concerned about the speed of the water, not necessarily where the water goes. And if I change the speed of the water, I cannot continue to have it go into the church parking lot. So the county would have to provide me with some sort of storm drain, or anyone who wants to own this property in the future with some sort of storm drain in order to be able to correctly take care of the water.
Okay. Are there any questions my fellow planning commissioners have with this gentleman?
Thank you. Have you looked into any kind of underground storage, detention?
We have.
Okay, and?
We are more than happy to do that.
Okay.
But currently, the water flows out behind my property. RV is before or afters. There's 2 folders on there.
Do this one first and then I'll do that.
Okay. Actually, can we do the befores? Yeah, I think it'll be more powerful if. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Tell us what you've looked into in terms of underground storage and its feasibility.
Yeah, so it is very expensive, but we're a plumbing company, so we can do that for a little bit cheaper than everybody else. Like I said, we're more than happy to do the underground storage and slow the water down, but I cannot continue. If I do that and I pull the permits for it, I'm going to guess, and Andrew would know better than me, that they're going to say that I can no longer dump my rainwater into the Baptist church yard, because that's currently what happens. So, the way the property is settled on Old Floyd Road and Center Street, that corner is the highest point. So you see where that truck is, or there we go. So that at corner, that is the highest point of the property. So the property slopes all the way back to that wooded area behind it, and all the rainwater goes back into the church, which is on just the other side of that tree line, on that left, yeah, right there, just on the other side of that tree line. So like I said, I'm more than happy to slow down the rainwater, but I have to have somewhere to put it. And the county would have to provide that spot.
You've said that a few times, and we'll have Andrew come up and talk to us about this.
Okay.
But I want to be sure we understand the context.
Cool, so, am I good to go on this guy? Awesome. So this is a photo, I believe, from January of 23. This is somewhere around that time range too, right? These are the previous owners. We see a tree line down the center of it that I have removed. We see all these trees and stuff that had to be removed because they were actually overgrown weeds. They were not trees that were planted for landscaping. They were just giant weeds that have been allowed to get 20, 30 feet tall. You can see here where the building parking lot hadn't been pressure washed or even taken care of. We can see that trailer over there that had been removed, and just the general upkeep of what was going on there. And we looked through all of these pictures about how the previous owners were using the property. In fact, that speaks volumes. That's how they were keeping their bathroom. That's pretty disgusting, in my opinion.
Can you tell us why it is you think you have to have LI to run a plumbing company?
You would have to speak to your government on that part.
They're here. Well, you made the statement, though, so what's your understanding?
My understanding is originally it was because of the excavator, and then we came back to them either the beginning of this week or the end of last week, and I was like, hey, what if we didn't have the excavator there? And they were like, nope, too bad, so sad, it has to be light industrial.
Okay.
Complete overgrowth, mattresses, and that seems to be all of them. Can we get the after pictures? That's what the front parking lot looks like now. Do we see the improvement? This is what the inside of the building looks like. That's what it looks like now. I think it is very poor conduct to not give me any credit at all for not improving this property. I've spent tons of money. That's what the underground shelter looks like. The reason it is there is because it is, you can see the change in the elevation, right? It's just the storage pipe and stuff. And we have plans to make all that stuff look better, but it takes time and money.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. If you could take a seat, and we may call you back up. If I could have the stormwater come up.
Hey, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Good morning, Andrew. If you could just sort of describe the stormwater issues associated with this application, so we have that background, I think that would be helpful here.
Yeah, sure. I believe the applicant's applying for light industrial, which allows a 70% impervious area coverage. It is, as the applicant said, an existing site that's been in place for many years. And to the best information that we had when I reviewed the site, which is just based on GIS information, the impervious area, I believe, is over the 70%. And I estimated it to be about 78.3, but that's probably incorrect based on just what we have from GIS. But I believe the applicant has a relatively recent survey, maybe from 2013, as I recall. And so what I discussed with the applicant is using that survey to actually just measure. They can get a lot better estimate of what the impervious area is than I can do in GIS, and then confirm that they are over on impervious area. And then really what we've asked them to do is to just either remove enough impervious area on site so that they came back to not exceed the maximum that's allowed by zoning, or if they just feel like their operations won't allow that impervious area to be removed, then there might be something that we could do on site to capture a little bit of that excess water. They wouldn't have to provide stormwater management for the entire site. It would only be for the amount that they were over if they chose to do that. And that sort of system is a system that would attempt to capture the first inch of runoff and promote infiltration into the ground. And so there would have to be an overflow because, of course, if it's only capturing 1 inch, if it rained 2 inches, it would be full and then it would need to overflow. But that overflow would occur on their property, and that is the applicant's property, and then it would just continue to drain by gravity down onto the adjacent property, which is the Mapleton First Baptist Church property. So, there's also maybe a hybrid solution, if I can go into that, that if they felt like they just need to have the impervious area that they have now, there might be the opportunity to cut out some of that impervious area and replace it with another form of paving, like pavers, pervious pavers, where the area could also be usable for driving and traffic, but it would also effectively reduce their impervious area and provide some of that mitigation that we're looking for. So that might be a third option. But essentially what we're trying to do is just the minimum necessary to bring it back into compliance with LI.
Okay. Are there any questions y'all have for stormwater? Okay, thank you. Next question I have is for zoning. I guess I want to be sure I understand the applicant referenced a recent meeting about the project LI versus, and so I want to make sure I understand what was discussed and why they're, LI is the category they're applying for at this point. And I think that might be a question for the other commissioners as well.
Okay, and I wasn't in that initial meeting where that was discussed, but I would anticipate zoning staff would recommend LI because of the heavy equipment and for the outdoor storage. And that's what would be allowable in the light industrial zoning district. The staff recommendation was to delete it to NRC with a special exception, which allows contractors on the property subject to several different things. And that's, that zoning intensity is a lot less than light industrial, but it would allow a very similar use for what he wants to do.
Okay, all right. Any questions? Go ahead.
Just specifically, I think he mentioned having an excavator was problematic in the category that you're recommending. Do you know anything about that?
Well, the excavator was proposed to be kept outside. I'm not sure how big of an excavator it is, because they come in different sizes. Is it a pretty big one?
No,
Is it like a?
it's a mini excavator. It's only an 8,500 pound piece of equipment. It's
Okay.
very small.
And that might be able to be kept in the overhang area, you think?
Sure.
Okay, so that would keep it out of sight.
So we got one problem resolved?
Sounds like it.
Okay. Anything else about his operation that would require LI as opposed to NRC?
No.
Okay. Thank you, John. Were you done? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, Mr. Miller, if I could have you come back up. So I think I started my remarks at the beginning talking about what was discussed last month and some of what was needed or what was requested from the Planning Commission, and we don't have that information. And I think it's critical that we have that information before we can make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners.
I'm sorry, which was?
Which was a detailed stipulation letter that addresses site cleanup, stormwater, landscaping, placement of dumpsters. So we need a site plan that depicts all that. And perhaps if you have some questions, what I would recommend is that we hold this for another 30 days, and then you meet with John Peterson and perhaps Jeannie so that they can discuss with you what we're requiring.
Yes, sir. And just for various, what do you mean by site cleanup? That's my definition from your definition is going to be night and day different. I've already showed you that I have cleaned up the site significantly, and y'all still want it cleaned up more. The Mableton Coalition wants me to paint. I said I would pressure wash. That wasn't good enough. And I keep having to jump through all these hoops, and it seems like every time I jump through a hoop, it's not good enough. The hoop gets higher, and I have to jump through it again. So I'm just confused about all that because you're like, hey, spend more money on this property and lead me along down this road where I've spent all this money on this property, and then you still don't zone me correctly, and I'm out a whole bunch of money, which doesn't sound like a very nice thing to do to anybody.
Well, I think that's why I think a hold for 30 days so you can get a better feel for what is required from the professional staff would be helpful.
We've already gotten their direction, though.
But we don't have any documentation showing the documentation with the site plan, what I just described to you.
Right. What information do you need?
We can require a stipulation letter that describes, the items that site cleanup, what that looks like, stormwater management, and what you intend to do. We've already heard from staff on what you possibly could do. There are a few ways it sounds like that could be addressed, and we need to see how you plan to address that.
Sure, no problem. I cannot provide you a letter with site cleanup if you don't tell me what the site cleanup is.
Well, that's for you to discuss with the staff.
Right, but you're requesting that, not the staff.
Well, the staff understands what that means.
I don't think they did because we asked.
I think staff they're the professional staff. They can figure it out.
That's odd because the first meeting that I had with them, they didn't have any problems with the zoning change.
I'm asking you to meet with them. Are you saying you don't want to meet with them?
Well, what I'm saying is I have met with them, and there was no issues. I had a meeting where I showed up, and they asked us a whole bunch of questions. All these nice people through here asked me a whole bunch of questions, and they didn't have any problem with it then.
That's fine.
And legally, the site cleanup is not an issue.
You keep saying legally.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that that's accurate, but
It is.
Well, that's your opinion. And I think we have to take into consideration not only the requirements of staff, but we look at what the community asks for as well. And so that's what we're doing in this case.
So I guess if you're going to look at what the community asked for, why didn't they do anything for 50 years? Why was the property left neglected? Why was this allowed to happen for 50 years? The next thing with stormwater, right, we have been in contact with them constantly, but at the same time, they haven't told us anywhere to direct the stormwater besides on someone else's property, which I would have to go to that church and ask them if I can put my stormwater on their property, and I don't think they're going to allow that.
I think the stormwater staff person just gave you a few options on how to.
No, sir, he did not. He didn't say anything. He only said about how to slow the water down, not where all the water goes at the end. So I have 22% that I have to capture in underground storage, and then I have to put that water somewhere. And that water goes to Mableton First Baptist Church. I cannot continue to do that. I don't think that these good individuals here, would allow me to do that if I pulled a permit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. But you have an engineer that you've retained to help you
Yes.
address this? And do they have some solutions potentially?
I don't think you understand the way the stormwater works and gravity. And I don't mean to be rude, right? But because the property slopes, right? The only way that, and this is my professional opinion as a master plumber with almost 30 years of plumbing experience in dealing with many groundwater situations, I would have to have some sort of storm drain to my property or out in the middle of the street, which is fine also. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
And you can't provide me with that.
We can't not, no.
And so how do I solve the issue?
Talk to
We
the
did.
planning staff.
His solution, and he just stood up here and told you the solution, was to keep having it run to their property. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And that was his professional solution. And I'm telling you, legally, I cannot continue to do that. Because Mableton First Baptist Community Church, or Mableton First Baptist Church, has already had stormwater issues.
Got it.
Do you see where I'm at an impasse on that?
There's got to be a solution. There's got to be a solution.
Yes, sir. The solution is Cobb County has to provide me with a stormwater drain.
Well, I think we benefit from some additional conversation around what the options are. So I'd like to consider a hold on this so you can continue these conversations, sir.
Sure.
Second.
We have yep.
Just one reminder, one thing that we spoke about last time was I don't believe this would go through site plan review as a current submission. So some of the additional analyses that we're trying to kind of tease out here are really a function of having to go through site plan review. So this is kind of the opportunity to do things such as there's design guidelines for the area around landscaping. So things as simple as just writing down, put up X number of trees, or having a plan just so that there's a visual barrier. Those are just proposals, and a stip letter you can say I'm amenable to that or not, and we can propose additions to it or deletions from it or modifications, but it at least provides a basis for discussion. So it's not meant to be an attack on you, and I certainly understand it's not a cheap investment, right? In order to make and accommodate improvement of the area, but and improvement of the property further, and do respect all of the efforts that you've put in already to improve the property given its prior condition. We acknowledged that last time where we talked about what used to be there, but there is a small area guidelines for this where it does provide some guidance around the character that's trying to be achieved with some of these. So my hope is that with Commissioner Hughes, that over the next month you can probably tease out some of those elements of that character in discussion with the staff. And maybe you don't get there on stormwater, but maybe you can get there on things like visual screening.
Sure. So my biggest issue is the stormwater. And in order to put in the underground tank that you're requesting that I put in, we would have to go through site plan review.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
So it
if
makes
I
sense. I'm
agree-
just saying the additional, the request as presented here,
Uh-huh.
in which we asked about last time, which was in the meeting minutes, was that this, as requested today, would not have to go through site plan review.
Sure, like we've already had,
But-
like,
But
for
I just want to confirm
instance,
that that's,
we do plan on painting the building and replacing the fence,
Okay.
right? We do have quotes for those, and it was always on my agenda, right? I don't run, I'm a very clean person, and I want clean, respectable business. So the product that we have now is not our end product. My problem is that you're suffocating me so I can't do business in your county, right? So it's such a financial burden. For instance, my quote here, to replace the fence, right? And this is without some of the features that you're going to request from me, just putting up new chain link fence is $37,000. And I don't know if y'all know how plumbing businesses operate. They very small margins, very, very small margins.
Understood.
So while I appreciate y'all, and I really, really do appreciate y'all, right, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, I'm trying to find out what the ultimate solution is, so that way, when I come back to you in 30 days, y'all don't go, oh, but this, which is what I'm experiencing now. Because the first thing is, I don't understand how you can expect me to safely remove my stormwater if you're not going to provide me with a way to do it. So we're at an impasse there. So, even if I do all the stuff that you're asking me on the other side, we're still going to be at an impasse. So how do I go overcome that hurdle? And you're like, there must be a solution. Well,
Not to interrupt you, but I think we've got a motion on the table and a second.
okay.
Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Motion passes 3-0. Next case.
All right. Hey, Jeannie, can you have him wait for a minute? All right, thank you. All right. All right, next case is LUP 12 of 2024, Reginald A. Rutherford, request a temporary land use permit to allow business and related vehicle parking in land lots 1244, 1245, 1272, 1273, and 1319 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Alethea Springs Road, east of Holloman Road. Is the applicant present? A direct show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 12? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward and be sworn in?
Good morning. I'm Reginald Rutherford, CEO of Indigo Landscape.
Good morning, sir. Please proceed with presenting your case.
Yes, of course, I'm requesting a temporary land use to store, park my vehicles for my company, Indigo Landscape, LLC. I have a 40-acre property where the vehicles are currently stored and parked are off the road behind my house to the right. And there was really no complaint from initially from anyone in my community. It originated from a neighbor, I guess, who was had a dumpster stored on the side of the road, and someone called in on them, and so I guess zoning or the inspector saw the vehicles parked there, and that's how it originated. At any rate, again, I'm requesting that the vehicles are allowed to remain to be parked. Again, the parking space is off behind my house and not very visible. There is visibility from a side road, Keaton Road, but again, there hadn't been complaints from anyone about the vehicles being stored there. They are landscape vehicles, as well as a bobcat, a skid steer, and that's pretty much it. Yeah. So from the initial hearing last month, I think the board recommended that we delay a decision to, I guess you guys came together, so that's why we're back here.
Thank you, sir. There was no opposition for this case. So this is in District 4, so this is the district that I represent. And I'll ask some questions. I'm just curious, how long have you been in this business, in the landscape business?
Yes, sir. I've been in business a little over 20 years in the Cobb County, Powder Springs area. I've been in Powder Springs over 20 years as well.
Okay. From this location, or?
No, I've been at this location a little over 3 years when I purchased the property. Prior to that, I was literally one street over in a subdivision at that time.
Okay. And it's my understanding, just based on your request, that you're asking to be allowed to store 2 single-axle dump trucks, 2 bucket trucks, 2 landscape trucks, 2 bobcats, for a total of 8 vehicles, and then you have 4 employees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So there'd be a total of 12 vehicles on a daily basis, basically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Do you have landscape materials also on the site as well? Landscape materials?
No landscape materials are kept outside. Pretty much our landscape materials, we don't just store just to keep stock. We order landscape materials as needed, so there really aren't any landscape materials that's left outside.
Okay. And looking at the aerial map that's on the screen right now, I want to make sure, so your house is where you see R30? Is that your house there?
That is correct.
And then just above that, that's that area right there. Is that where vehicles are parked, or are you proposing to park them? Where he's circling the cursor?
That is correct.
Yeah, so there's Keaton Lane Southwest down the left-hand side there. And what sort of parking surface do you have there now?
Correct. Let me just make a correction on the house. No, I'm sorry, R30.
Okay, your house is up actually off of
Yes,
Hieroglyphics.
yes,
Right?
yes, there you go.
I see what you're
Yes,
saying.
yes.
And so I see some trucks there now, based on this aerial.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And then it looks like some, I don't know what those are. I don't want to speculate, railroad ties or something that's there. Can't tell what that is.
Where are you pointing?
To the right there.
Oh, that is a old, I guess, a old photo. Mm-hmm. There's actually nothing there now. That's clear. There's nothing there.
Okay.
Yeah, those were some logs that I guess when they took that, and that had to been a while back when that photo was taken.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned this was there was a code enforcement complaint that precipitated you filing this application. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yes. That's all the questions I have right now for the applicant. You all have any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. What is it, just out of curiosity from this visual, what is it your neighbor has right up against the property line? Your neighbor just to the north?
I'm sorry, you say what is it that they...
Yes, you can look at the cursor. He's helping you. Look at the cursor.
Yes, what about that neighbor?
What is all that stuff?
Oh, that's my neighbor's, I don't know exactly. From what I hear, years ago, they used to have kind of an automotive restoration shop there, and they restored old cars. That's only from hearsay. I don't know that to be true, but those sheds and utility buildings are still there. That is my neighbors.
Is there any fence on the property line between you?
Yes, that's on the property line. That's my driveway that runs just beside that. Yeah, it's right there. Yep, and so yes, that's right on the property line.
How about going down to Keaton Lane? Is there already a fence there?
Say that again.
Along your neighbor's property line, heading from your driveway to Keaton Lane, is there a fence there as well, or no?
There's a fence there as well.
What kind of fence?
I believe that is a wooden fence.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And then just going back, the 8 vehicles that you want to park here, how long have you owned those vehicles? How long have you owned those vehicles?
How long have they been? I've been parking them there?
How long they've been part of the business?
Since I've owned the property.
Okay, so 3 years ago.
3 years, yes, sir.
He said, how long have you owned them, I think?
Oh, how long have I owned the vehicles? Of course, they weren't all purchased at the same time, but some of them, my most recent vehicles, probably about 7 years, 5, 7 years, and some of the older ones, maybe going back 10 years or so.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. We may have some more questions for you. I'm going to ask you to take a seat, and I'm going to call staff up real quick.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can have code enforcement come up, please.
Yolisa Flossin, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Good morning. Can you just provide us with an overview of the current code enforcement status of this property?
We received a complaint in September of 2023 about customary home occupation. This is running a business from a residential property. The officer went out on September 20th of 2023 and issued a notice of violation for litter, customary home occupation to the office manager. The officer observed multiple vehicles on the lot and also debris, a large pile of debris at the property. The officer spoke to the owner over the phone and explained the violations and advised him that he would need to get the property rezoned or apply for a variance to continue operating the business at the property. So during that time frame, the officer worked with the property owner on compliance, and he did clean up the debris and everything that we requested. And then he finally applied for rezoning and everything for a land use permit. So right now, we're just waiting on this process to be completed.
Okay. All right. Any questions from a fellow commissioner for code enforcement? All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. John, I know staff has recommended denial. What's the justification for the denial in this instance?
It was mostly because of the code enforcement complaint that, it made someone feel like there was a nuisance or the property looked bad at one point in time. So that's the main reason why staff recommended denial of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. If I could have the applicant come back up. So another question I have for you is have you investigated any options for relocating these vehicles to another nearby piece of property where you could store them and then go pick them up, or your employees could go pick them up? Is that something you've explored at all?
Yes, I've, considered that option. However, just financially, it's not feasible to pay for and find a storage space that's large enough to park all the vehicles. So I have, to answer your question, I have entertained that, that thought, but it's just not in a position to purchase another property, that's for sure. And even renting, finding a space to lease or rent, it's just financially, it doesn't work for us.
Okay. Just my take on this is, eight vehicles seems to be a lot, even for a 40-acre tract. That's a lot of vehicles for this, and then, where they've got to be situated, they are certainly seen by your neighbors. That's probably not going to change at this point, but that's just my initial reaction to what I'm seeing, and it seems like an opportunity to find a nearby property where you could store these might be a better situation, but that's just what I'm thinking at this point. I don't know if my fellow commissioners have any observations or thoughts about that.
I think just to go back to the last hearing, I think last time, Mr. Rutherford, you had mentioned, I think your request for the variance was because you didn't want the expense of kind of concreting the driveway was too high. Is that correct?
Say that again about the driveway.
There was, I think last time we had asked about, there was a variance request here, and one of the things that would probably be necessary to kind of continue to park the vehicles here would be kind of provided an actual concrete driveway. But I think instead of doing that, you submitted the variance request. Is that correct or accurate? That's what I remember from my notes from last time.
Yeah, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I had a variance hearing prior to this one, and in reference to the county requiring me to pave or concrete the driveway, and went through that hearing, and the end result was I was required to concrete apron for that, and we, complied by that, and got the apron done. So maybe that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I had that, because I was, where my head was at was just on this, if there's probably an enclosed area that meets those standards around being accessible through a hardened surface, that it feels like 40 acres, there's probably a place to put it, but so that's where, that's why I was asking, just to kind of confirm that, because I think the issue last time was about having a hardened surface and making sure things like enclosing the area to make sure that those 8 vehicles, if they are kept, they are properly shielded from view, was taken into consideration. Commissioner Hughes, is that, my head is just that probably finding a way to shield them and giving it the concrete apron.
Yeah. I think that's something I would be willing to consider, a structure, or I don't know, something that's got a roof over it, maybe one side, but it's open on the other side, so the vehicles can move in and out and be on a hardened surface. Is that kind of where you're going?
That's where my head is.
Is that, Mr. Rutherford, are you following what we're saying as far as us?
Yeah, so you're saying erect a structure over the vehicles?
Yeah, erect a structure of some sort so that it would be screened, so that people wouldn't see the vehicles that are traveling down Keaton or perhaps Hiram Lithia Springs. They could be parked in there. And then when your employees take them out or you take them out, you back out onto your driveway there and go on to your job location, I guess.
And can I say this as I address that? All of my neighbors, really no one is complaining about the vehicles being parked there. I know all my neighbors, pretty personally, have a great relationship with them. There's no complaint there. I do understand what you're saying about erecting a structure overhead to cover the vehicles. Now, let me ask you this: if that's the only option that I have, could we not simply fence in that side along Keaton Road, where and the vehicles wouldn't be visible from a higher fence along Keaton Road on that side? Would that be acceptable?
I think we'd be willing to take a look at that. I think a site plan might be helpful, so we know exactly what you're proposing to do, and then we can make a decision based on that. So if you could provide a site plan showing us exactly where you would propose putting these vehicles, perhaps a hardened surface as well, and fencing, show us exactly where you're proposing to do that. I think that's something the Planning Commission could consider, and we take a look at, and then get back to you. How long do you think you would need to put that together?
And last hearing, I mentioned that it didn't appear to be a problem. So currently, the lot where the vehicles are parked, it is hard surface. It's large gravel there, compacted gravel. That's a solid, hard surface.
Okay.
They're not just parked on dirt. So all of that is a hard surface.
Okay. Commissioner Boulogne.
Yes, thank you. What's the building to the south of this picture? Since that's not your house is up here near Hiram Lithia Springs Road. What's this big building?
Yep, that's my neighbor's house. It's the family I purchased the property from. We're very, very close to. That is the daughter's house right there.
Okay.
Right there where you're Amy Fryer.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So where I think we left things was that you would consider submitting a site plan showing us exactly where these 8 vehicles, and I guess and you also provide parking for your employees as
Yes,
well.
sir.
And then showing us how you would screen those vehicles from streets so people don't see them as they're driving by. Is that
Correct.
your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 30 days long enough for you to prepare that and submit that to the staff so that we can look at it, consider this next month?
Yes, sir. I would prefer, if I could, 60 days, but if it's 30, that's...
We can do 60 days.
Sir?
We can do 60 days.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I will, my recommendation is that we hold this for 60 days to allow Mr. Rutherford to submit a site plan that depicts exactly where on the site, on his property, the vehicles will be stored, the landscape vehicles as well as the employee parking, and that you submit that updated site plan within 60 days.
Okay. Thank you.
That'd be my motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call a question. Motion passes 3-0. We are going to take a break. Let's come back at 10:55, please.
Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Can I ask you a question right now?
Thank you, and welcome back to the May 7th Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing. John, if you could call our next case, please.
All right, next case is rezoning case Z21, CO2 Creative Group LLC, request rezoning from R30 to R20 for single-family residences in land lots 1045 and 1076 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of Huntsman Way and on the west side of Springhouse Court, north of Lamplighter Lane. Is the applicant present? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z21? Let the record show there's 8 people here in opposition. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir. If you could state your name for the record and go ahead and begin your
Great.
remarks.
My name is Simon Holt, and we are proposing to split the current parcel. C71 consists of 391 Huntsman Way on the bottom side, and then 3760 on the top side. Can we put that on there?
I can pull that up.
Oh, you can? Good, thanks. Our plan is to build a single-family home on that lot, which originally back in '72, when the lots were all split, it was part of the R20 designation back then. In '74, it was changed to R30, and the owner of the land at the time combined the two lots into one as a homestead exemption. But each one of those pieces of land are, if not the same, but significantly larger than the other properties in the area. Our proposal is for a single-family home and approximately 3,000 square feet in size. It'll be a traditional 2-story home. We would use a mixture of horizontal siding and board and batten with a brick and stone veneer water table on the front elevation. It would have a roof line not to exceed the building height of Cobb County Code. And obviously, we agree to follow the staff comments and recommendations from Cobb County Stormwater Management, and we agree to exceed county erosion laws to prevent downstream erosion control problems. The idea is to build a house that works well with the surrounding houses. We have no intention of building a giant, huge, modern building that looks strange in the environment and with the surrounding neighbors. And so we have, do you have that one with the floor plan? We've done, the proposed impervious surfaces is less than 25%. And yeah, that's it. So basically, we're trying to keep a lot of the green surface And we're basically putting a house in there that will look like all the other houses in the area. We're not trying to do anything out of the norm. And I don't know if I have any other questions. I think what you're going to hear from the opposition, unfortunately, is that there's going to be stormwater issues, which we are addressing. We'll follow all the stormwater recommendations. But also that we're spot zoning, which is not necessarily what we need to do. We're looking for a variance to be able to build a single-family home on that property that would work with the surrounding areas. The two properties on either side of those areas, the land consists of 11,000 square feet to the right and 15,000 square feet to the left. Our property is 22,000 square feet. So we're actually considerably closer to the R20 designation than the two lots beside us, which are not anywhere close to the R30 designation, but they got grandfathered in. And we understand that. The problem is we would have gotten grandfathered in had he not combined those two lots together. They would have grandfathered in and they would be just the same as everyone else. We're not trying to do anything different. We're just trying to keep this lot the same size as the other lots in the area and build a house on it that is a single family home. We're not trying to do anything weird with multifamily. We're not doing anything weird. And so, obviously it's an our property on 391 Huntsman was grandfathered in. So it's an R30 designation right now. We could build a big giant house on there, but we don't want to do that. We would like to be able to split the land with and put a regular small house on there that fits in with the surrounding area. I think it's the best use of that property. I have pictures of what that land looks like now. If we're able, are we able to put that up there? Yeah. Let me see here real quick. Currently, there's a couple of different pictures. Oh, okay. Hi. So currently, that's what the cul-de-sac looks like. And this is what the wooded area looks like. And so we're really trying to make it nicer for the neighborhood. We've been to the HOA meetings. We've made a lot of friends in the neighborhood. They've all been really supportive, except for the two people that own property on the backside that originally wanted to purchase it from us, but now want to fight us on it. And so we want to bring something nice to that area, and we're not doing anything out of the norm. And I think that's about it for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll hear from the opposition now, and I'm sure we'll have some questions from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jacqueline Bedadapour, representing the East Cobb Civic Association. So this application is to rezone an R30 lot into R20. And Fox Hill subdivision, the whole subdivision, or this particular area is zoned R30. So ECCA is recommending denial of rezoning 391 Huntsman Way to R20. To spot zone 2 residential properties to R20 within an R30 subdivision is a bad precedent to set. This precedent would open the door for other similar rezonings, lot by lot, fundamentally changing the character and density of Fox Hill subdivision, an established community in existence for more than 50 years. Further, a precedent like this could be applied to other subdivisions, lot by lot, resulting in mixed zonings and densities within a single subdivision. Should the Planning Commission recommend that the lot be divided into two R30 non-conforming lots, there are the following concerns. The negative impact of stormwater runoff. Staff comments say the runoff needs to be diverted away from a neighboring property and into the cul-de-sac. What then? Will it drain through infrastructure located on private property, causing increased maintenance and repair liabilities for those property owners? Have they been consulted and advised? Staff comments state that there is an impaired stream, that stormwater will discharge through an established residential neighborhood, and that potential or known drainage problems may exist downstream. By improving an increase in impervious space, the Planning Commission may be compounding an already compromised stormwater situation impacting homeowners downstream. Finally, homeowners adjacent to what has essentially been a wooded lot for 50 years are concerned about the impact on home values and the continued enjoyment of their properties. To address these concerns, ECCA recommends that all R30 setbacks, building height, and other specifications, as well as appropriate landscape buffers, be stipulated. Additionally, it should be stipulated that the architectural style be compatible with surrounding homes and be approved by the district commissioner. To illustrate what can happen in the absence of such stipulations, I have a few photos from a property in a different subdivision that came before the Board of Zoning Appeals last year for variances. Note the large, you can flip through the photographs, note the large modern architecture looming over two more traditional homes. No landscape buffers, the separation between the homes is minimal. So I've reviewed, there is a stipulation on file from the applicant saying that it will be traditional architecture compatible with the surrounding homes. But I think the homeowners need that extra guarantee that there will be a district commissioner approval before the construction moves forward. So ECCA hopes that the Planning Commission will consider existing homeowner interests by adding the aforementioned stipulations to the case before us today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Sheevy, and I am on the Fox Hills HOA board, as well as the Fox Hills representative to the East Cobb Civic Association. I'm a long-term resident of Fox Hills and live on Pheasant Drive, across the street from Soap Creek, which I'm sure you've all known about. The stormwater and its effect on properties along the creek has always been a concern. But my purpose for speaking today is to provide you with an overall picture of Fox Hills. Our neighborhood was developed in 1969, several years before the county implemented zoning. My main concern is, like Jackie has said, is that it could be spot zoning, which would then could become a precedent that would affect not only our neighborhood, but the county as well. Fox Hills is a well-established neighborhood filled with young families as well as longtime residents. Some young people that grew up in Fox Hills have now returned to Fox Hills to raise their young families. It's very important to me, as well as my neighbors, that we continue to preserve the look and feel of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jim Nee. I live at 3750 Springhouse Court in Fox Hills. My wife and I have lived there since May of 1980. The zoning request includes the vacant lot, which borders my property. There is more than a 25-foot drop in elevation from the center of the vacant lot down to my house. The zoning staff has recommended deleting to R30 instead of rezoning to R20. This would allow the construction of a home on the vacant lot. I have some serious concerns about any construction on this lot. In the department comments, the stormwater evaluation states that, quote, the proposed lot would drain toward 3750 Springhouse Court and the cul-de-sac. In the proposed project on-site design requirements, stormwater management further requires that any construction, quote, substantially mitigate any effects of concentrated stormwater discharges. So I have several concerns regarding the stormwater issue. I'm concerned that a contractor will not properly do what needs to be done to divert the stormwater. I am concerned that no one in a position of authority will monitor the requirements during the construction or in the future. I am concerned that if the construction goes forward, I will have little or no recourse if the owners of the new construction alter or fail to maintain the required stormwater mitigation features. Any new construction is going to put my home in harm's way for future stormwater issues. Finally, Simon mentioned that I offered to buy that lot, and I did. I offered to buy it so that it could remain the way it is right now, natural. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the Cobb County Planning Board. My name is Richard Mouch. I live at 180 Hitching Post Court, which is directly behind the proposed Z21 lot. I have a few concerns with this rezoning. My first concern is spot zoning, which Jackie mentioned earlier and should be heavily considered. Second, the submitted site plan shows the house 12 feet from the property line. My house is also 12 feet from the adjacent property line. If R20 zoning is granted, this will allow a house to be built 10 feet from the property line. There are no two houses in the Fox Hills neighborhood that are that close to one another. Having two houses that close will look extremely out of place and does not match the current aesthetics of the well-established Fox Hills neighborhood. So if you look on the screen there, the corner of the house is right next to, will be right next to the side of my house. So my final concern is the new owners, the CO2 Creative Group LLC, may feel the property was has grandfather rights and can be separated back into two lots. But grandfather rights should only apply to the original owners who merged the property back in the 70s. The original owners merged the two lots and kept it undeveloped for a reason: to maintain privacy, space, and the sanctuary for the wildlife within Fox Hills. Rezoning this parcel will only benefit the CO2 Creative Group LLC, not the community as a whole. Please take into account my concerns and the lasting negative effects that this rezoning will have on the neighborhood residents of the Fox Hills neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. No other opposition. This case is in District 2, and Commissioner Anderson will lead our discussion.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to, just to kind of lay it out, probably talk with the stormwater first, and then planning, and then quickly the opposition, and then the applicant finally. And so I'll probably move pretty quickly through each of those. But if I can have Andy from stormwater come up, that'd be great.
Hey, good morning. Andrew Heath, Cobb County Stormwater Management.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Can you, so two questions for you. One is if you can kindly walk through your comments and particularly those that you wrote about impacts on neighboring lots, how you anticipate or what information you might have about how those plan to be mitigated. And then the second would be the kind of off-site infrastructure that currently manages the stormwater discharge from that cul-de-sac. Can you talk about the condition of that and basically what condition that is now, and as Mr. Nee had mentioned, what impact that could have on the property, I believe, where some of that infrastructure runs?
Yes, absolutely. I had an opportunity just last week to meet with Mr. Nee and some of the neighbors that live around there and actually visit the site in addition to reviewing it in GIS when I made my original comments. And the subdivision overall, it is an older development. I believe it dates from the 1970s. This lot has, as they mentioned, been combined, and it's stayed in a natural state until that time. The overall area is relatively steeply sloped. This lot is near the top of the slope, and it tends to drain off primarily toward that 3750 property where Mr. and Ms. Nee live, and also a little bit toward the cul-de-sac as well in front of the home. And so initially when we reviewed it, the applicant hadn't provided a site plan, and I believe since then they have supplemented their application and provided the site plan that we saw earlier there for the house. Ordinarily, if a house were going to be built on this property, the applicant would provide us with a site plan that we could review that would show us how they're going to be able to manage the storm water on the site. And certainly that would be the case here. The site plan that they've submitted at this point is kind of more maybe not conceptual, but it's not fully developed yet out to the details that we would want to see for management of stormwater. But they would have to capture, for this particular property, they would have to capture the first 1 inch of runoff from the all the impervious surfaces on the lot, and they would be trying to, assuming that the soils on the site allowed for that, they would have to try to infiltrate that into the ground. If that were not possible, they would have to otherwise provide water quality for that amount of volume from the site. And I saw this when I reviewed the property, and then having visited with the neighbors, because the lot does slope kind of to the northwest and toward the cul-de-sac, toward the Nees property at 3750 primarily. The Nees already have a little bit of a drainage issue where the lot, even though it's in a natural state, runoff still drains down toward their house, and they've had to make some changes to their driveway and things like that to try to divert water away from their home. So one of the comments that I had in my review packet is that I'd like to see this property, in addition to capturing the runoff, they need to do as much as they can to divert as much of the runoff as they can away from the Nees property and out to the cul-de-sac. There certainly seems to be enough gradient, that is enough slope, to make that happen and get the water out to the cul-de-sac. That would benefit the Nees because it would reduce the amount of runoff that they see, in the post-development condition. Concerning the broader subdivision and the infrastructure there, we looked at that when we were there, when we made our site visit last week. And as you would expect, the infrastructure is older. We looked at a couple of pipe systems that, one pipe system that picks up water actually from the cul-de-sac there in front of the property. And we walked down and actually looked at those pipes. They are definitely showing signs of deterioration. They still appear to be functional now. They don't appear to be clogged and operational at this time, but that is something that would definitely bear watching, in the future. And we want to, think about infrastructure issues like that and try to be, in areas like this, try to stay on top of that so that, we can monitor that. In these subdivisions like this that are older, where the infrastructure is in place and there's a dedicated easement, typically the county would maintain that infrastructure there. So the pipe systems, the inlets at the street, that are within the right-of-way, and then the pipe system outside the right-of-way that's within the right-of-way, that's within the drainage easement, would be something that would typically be county maintained. So the homeowners wouldn't have to maintain the pipe system. I know the homeowners had expressed some concerns also about, well, what happens when the water comes out of the pipe? There's still a pretty steep slope down the rear of those lots. And for better or worse, these lots have a fair amount of stone rather near the surface of the lot, and so there hasn't been a lot of very aggressive erosion, at least that we could see here. But there would be some increase, definitely, of runoff from the lot, that's going through this pipe system down that way. Overall, The discharge at those pipe locations seems to be stable. There isn't a very aggressive, erosion that I noticed there. But the pipe systems themselves will bear watching into the future for the need for maintenance there. But hopefully at least the 1% the 1 inch storm that we would be capturing to provide runoff reduction for is thought to be about 85% of all rainfall events. So in other words, about 85% of the time when it rains about that much or less. So providing a system like that provides a lot of protection for downstream property owners. And then just generally just directing the water away from those adjacent properties and out to the cul-de-sac gets it off of the individual adjacent lot owners and out to the public right-of-way where there's more major infrastructure in place there to deal with that. So that's the way I think we would approach that.
Great. Thank you very much for the detail on that. And in a situation like this, would there generally be a recommendation for, I know there's a 35% impervious and the applicant has stated that they're looking at 25. Given the existing conditions, would certain interventions like pervious pavers and other things, would there be kind of a sweet spot that's even lower than 25 in your mind, given some of the existing kind of weakness of the conditions here?
Naturally, with respect to stormwater, less is more, you might say. But they are at 25. I haven't recommended that they try to be less than, a certain amount. So in that regard, I guess there would be some marginal benefit. You mentioned pervious pavers. Pervious pavers typically have a layer of stone underneath them to capture water that goes through them. And some of the topography on this lot is particularly steep. So if you build pavers on a slope, the water wants to kind of run through the stone down to the low side and you don't get as much benefit from it as you might think. So there's probably some other BMPs that we could use on site, but certainly, the impervious area that's proposed, to the extent that the board wants to, we could discuss that with them and see if there's a way that could be reduced.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any follow-up questions for stormwater? Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Next question is for planning. So, Mr. Peterson, could you just discuss what the landscaping setback and height requirements are for R30 versus R20?
Yes, for the side setback, the required setback for R20 is 10 feet. For R30, it's 12 feet. For R30, the front setback is 45 feet. For R20, the front setback is 35 feet. And for the rear setback for R20, the rear setback for R20 is 35 feet. And the rear setback for R30 is 40 feet. And there are no required landscape buffers in between the two zoning categories.
Okay, great. Thank you for confirming that. So since there are no as-of-right requirements right now for landscape buffers, I think it's pretty imperative that we add some, as a discussion point. Okay, great. And then my next question would be of the opposition, and I know there were several folks who spoke out in favor of that, but can Jackie from the ECCA come just for one moment?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Jackie. Good morning. So in light of so thank you for the comments about kind of the different scenarios and the considerations for this case. I was curious to see if, in light of there not being specifics around landscaping buffers in R30, if there were any comments. I know there was a comment about adhering to those regulations, but given that there are none specifically for landscaping and strips, are are there any that you have in mind that underlie those comments?
No, I knew that there are no landscape buffer requirements in R30 or R20. But given this particular situation, I think it behooves the Planning Commission and ultimately the Board of Commissioners to provide some protection for existing homeowners that have been there for 45, 50 years, to provide some sort of landscape buffer. What that looks like or how big those buffers are, I'm going to have to leave up to the experts.
Do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions?
No.
Okay, no, I think that's it. Great, thank you. And then can I have the applicant come up, please? All right.
Simon Holt, again.
So Mr. Holt, for the kind of stormwater concerns, you heard stormwater address those and the concerns of the neighborhood. I would love to hear what kind of exercises you've gone through, whether with your civil or with any other kind of technical experts, to get ahead of or address any stormwater concerns. I think there's a broad language in it in the STIP letter,
right?
But given some of the sensitivities, are there any other conditions or interventions that maybe you haven't articulated there, but that you've explored?
Right. Two things, because otherwise I'll forget. The first thing is we don't need to rezone the land. We just want to get a variance. So if it's a concern about rezoning, we just want to make sure it's clear that we just want the variance to build the house. And then in terms of the stormwater, we were just talking, we would definitely agree to doing some kind of landscaping borders. Is that what
Buffer.
Buffers, landscaping buffers, in order to help with those issues and to create the privacy concerns that have been raised. We would absolutely be open to do that. We actually have my architect here. I'm going to have Troy come up with me now. So he knows the specifics. It's my architect. He knows the specifics of what we're trying to do to make sure that we do it the right way, if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem.
Troy Spencer. We have also met with Andrew in the past to discuss any type of stormwater management requirements, and the homeowners have agreed to meet or exceed whatever recommendations that stormwater management would come up with, whether that be the underground containers that provide the necessary buffer to catch the 1 inch of rainfall as that initial, or whether it be a combination of that and or rain gardens or any other type of recommendations you could come up with.
Okay, great, thank you. And let's talk about buffers a little bit. So this obviously has a steep drop off, and you're kind of on that eastern boundary, abutting right onto a neighbor. So is there any flexibility on a plan to provide more space to that house that is immediately to the east? Right now, there's a 12-foot setback that you're right up on, and so where my mind is that strip is currently obviously a wooded area,
right,
and has been for decades, and so I could see that being a shock to the person who's lived there for decades.
Sure.
And so I want to obviously, if we do anything, be respectful of that. Is there any way to effectively compact the site in terms of your current configuration to provide for more buffering, whether undisturbed or formal, on the eastern in particular?
Well, because of the setbacks of the current R30 zoning, we actually use those setbacks to design the house within the R30 requirements, which is more restrictive than the R20 that all the other homes in that neighborhood have. So, you know, if it was in the original R20 zoning, they could actually be closer without having to provide a buffer, especially on that side, because that's the high side. There's no additional concerns of that. However, I think it'd be appropriate, and the homeowners agreed, to install whatever type of landscape buffer as far as trees recommended to help provide a visual break for the neighbor, which would actually be more solid and more complete and than just the tall pine trees that are there that they can see right through right now.
And would you be open to updating a step? Usually in these recommendations, we have a little bit more specificity around landscaping strip, species height, things like that, just to allow for folks to really just have a commitment that if you're planting a bunch of green giants or if you're planting a bunch of shrubs, that it's the former, not the latter, to provide
Right.
any visual.
One other comment to add is also keep in mind that this house design is only going to be a 1.5-story house design, so this isn't going to be a 2-story house with a roof above it. The second story of the home is sort of built into the roof design for that sole purpose of making sure that it's a natural fit on the houses around them so that it doesn't have that large feel to it. And since it's also only taking up 25% of the lot versus the R35 allowed on the R20, we feel like we've been taking into the consideration the things necessary to, basically help them to be good neighbors and to not create a negative impact. So the average mean roof height of 35 feet would actually only be, this house would be closer to 25 feet because of the 1.5-story design. So again, it's not going to require green giants necessarily. Some great cherry laurels, some other arborvitae, something along that side would be more than appropriate to block the majority of the house from the neighbors.
Okay.
And we're happy to do that.
Great, excellent. And then do you have a sense of what the finished elevation will be with the height?
For the average mean roof height as calculated in the by zoning, it would certainly be below what would be allowed even for the R30. We're estimating that would be somewhere between 25 and 27 feet.
Okay.
And 35 is allowed.
Okay, great. And so moving just on buffers again onto the house, the buffer next to the Nees house to the north, just do you happen to know how high those trees currently reach right now, by any chance?
Right now, the majority of the trees on the property are pines and maybe some older, just much taller, where you mostly just see the trunks of the trees.
Yep.
Very little greenery as far as up against them, unless it's just brush, from my memory. And I don't think the visibility would be as much of a concern with the property, the house being located to the other side of the property primarily. And then also because of the stormwater concerns for the Nieces, I would be just as concerned as the Nieces, and so we're going to make sure that there's nothing for them to worry about. And to Andrew's point, that the changes that we would make to the property would probably improve the Nieces' stormwater issues that they're having now with no development on the property, because it's going to require us to rechannel that water and to make sure we can get as much of it back into to the aquifer as possible.
Great. Do my fellow commissioners have any other questions? Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right. So I think that I have, I've had the opportunity to talk with several members of the community on this and gotten helpful feedback on the concerns here. Just a couple points before motion. One is that I think that this is a situation where we, given that it's been for several decades, there's a kind of a reasonable expectation that a single lot moving to a subdivided lot is something that normally we would, this isn't just simply a subdivision split, but I think it is important for this community where I believe there's other lots like this which have been kind of merged, lots of lots like that around the county, that we're cognizant of those concerns. So even though it can be, as of right, a house built here, I think this is an opportunity to certainly, if there's clearly stormwater concerns and buffering concerns, and at least have an ability to address that. And so finally, on the stormwater side, I also think there is an opportunity to have probably what sounds like improvement to some of the existing conditions as a result of this, and in terms of what stormwater is discussed in the interventions, that can be really accomplished through the grading and how we actually divert runoff from the site. So I certainly respect and understand the stormwater conditions right now. I do see some opportunity here to actually improve those, not necessarily worsen them. But that's certainly something where I think that's a technical discussion I'm not equipped to answer. But it is something that we have a reasonable expectation to have the client stipulate. So with that, my motion, my motion would be to recommend, consistent with staff comments, deletion to R30, so would state R30. And then there are a couple of conditions. The site plan received by the zoning division on February 5th. Approval of the lot size variances as shown on the submitted site plan. Consistency with all R30 required setbacks, building heights, and landscape buffers to apply to both properties. I think that's just to make that very clear, although it be pretty explicit by virtue of the zoning. Architectural style and site plan to be compatible with surrounding homes and to be subject to final approval by the district commissioner. On the east side of the new lot, a 10-foot landscape buffer, subject to county arborist approval. Along the remaining sides of the new lot's the one to the north, a 10-foot undisturbed buffer. So that would be the south and the eastern boundaries of both lots. And the stipulation letter dated April 29th, 2024. And then all fire department comments and recommendations, all water and sewer comments and recommendations, all stormwater management comments and recommendations. So that would include the directive to divert any runoff to the knees and minimize the runoff that occurs. And all Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. That is my motion.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? We'll call the question. Oops. It's not, okay. It's not working.
Just vote by hand.
We'll just go by hand. Motion passes 3-0.
Okay. Next case is rezoning case Z22, Lounge 234, request rezoning from light industrial to NRC for a restaurant in land lots 370 and 423 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Atlanta Road, north of Mosley Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z22. Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward and be sworn in?
Hi, how's everyone doing? My name is Martins, and I'm here with my partner.
Aisha. And Amira.
Amira.
So, we propose opening a restaurant, an African restaurant, right on the property, right on Smyrna, Cobb County. This is actually going to be the third restaurant we're going to be opening. So we had to come to Atlanta to see this would be a good fit for us.
What type of restaurant?
Oh, it's an African restaurant, an upscale African restaurant.
And hours of operation?
Oh yeah. So yeah, you want to say?
Okay, the hours of operation is from, is it 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. 2 a.m. during the weekend. So we can do 7 a.m. to like 10. African food is something that is very hard to get in the Cobb County area. And 90% of Africans eat African food. So it's an area where it's going to be a good market for us.
So for the hours of operation, so we're looking to open from Monday to Thursday from 7 a.m. We'll start breakfast, then lunch at 12. Then we stay open to 12 a.m. during the weekdays. Then weekends from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday. And Sunday, we're probably going to stay open to 12 a.m. as well.
Okay.
12 a.m.
You have, you mentioned this would be your third restaurant, I think? Where
Yes.
are your other restaurants?
The other ones are in Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Correct.
Okay, so nothing here in Georgia. This would be your
Nothing
first
here in
restaurant in
Georgia.
Georgia.
This is the first one, yeah, first option.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Peterson, do we have a budget to take field trips to Cleveland, Ohio to check out these restaurants?
No, we do not.
So, can you give us, again, Mr. Peterson, can you give us staff recommendations regarding hours?
The staff recommendation was to limit the hours from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week.
And the reasons for that are?
You know, if it's a restaurant, you know, there's really no need for it to be open to 2 a.m. in the morning.
So, can I say something?
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. So additionally, there was some comments about variances in the staff recommendations. Can you just review those with us?
Yes, there are 4 variances shown on the site plan, and these are mostly due to the as-built existing conditions.
Okay.
But number 1, they want to reduce the lot size from 20,000 square feet to 17,581 square feet. Number 2, they want to reduce the front setback from 50 feet to 24 feet, which is an existing condition. Number 3, reduce the left side setback from required 15 feet to 14 feet, which is also an existing condition. And reduce the rear landscape buffer from 20 feet to 0 feet, which is also an existing condition.
Okay. But there were no additional variances beyond just allowing the existing structure to remain. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were there any other major concerns about the operation of a restaurant at this location at all, other than the hours?
The hours are the main one, and then I think, you know, they need to stripe their parking lot so it meets county code as far as how big the parking spaces are.
Okay. So you've heard from staff, and really the question back to you is operating the type of, apparently you have a model for these restaurants, you've operated them in Cleveland. Given the fact you have some residential property behind you and staff is recommending we limit the hours to 10 p.m., is this something that can work for you or not?
I'll say it defeats the purpose because if we're staying open from morning, a lot of people go to work, people go to school, a lot of people not outside. We actually target the people who are coming back from the club at night and, you know, they're drunk and are hungry, looking for something to eat. They'll, you know, come in to buy food. That way we're making more sales. That's the target market.
Okay. Is it something that would possibly, so basically what you're saying is these hours just don't work for you?
Correct.
Yeah. So are you in a position where it would benefit you at all for us to approve this, subject to staff's recommendations, to market this property to somebody else for another restaurant, or, I mean, have you, for example, have you already bought the property where this could perhaps
No.
benefit you? No?
We're leasing the property. It's a lease. And this property's been sitting for a long time. The landscaping, when we got the property, was not good, wasn't in good condition. We cleared it up, and we did some spending already. We did some cosmetic works. It's nothing to write home about. It's more like an abandoned property because the landlord wasn't doing nothing to it. So we got in there, we painted inside of it. It already has most of this stuff because it was a former restaurant that was zoned into a lighting industry, and now we're looking at zoning back to a restaurant. So we're basically not doing much work, but doing the cosmetics, painting up the outside, making it look more presentable is the aim right now. And, opening up for business as well.
Let me open this up and get input and thoughts from my fellow commissioners. And
Just so I'm clear, I think you just said you've already leased the property? You've
Yes.
already entered into a lease?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
This question, how long have you been in this lease so far?
It's been since last year.
Since last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got it. And so you haven't been able to operate this since last year? Just
No.
kind of paying the rent on it?
Correct.
Well, okay. And the lease doesn't allow you, is it subject to you getting this zoning or this use? Or is it just you went into the lease and?
No, I think there's no way we can go on with this without signing a lease with the landlord. Because in order for us to get information about the property, we need to sign a lease and come into contract with the landlord.
Okay.
In order to get some of his, because we had to, in order for us to submit some of these, we had to get his deeds and some important documents about his property, like the tax papers and stuff.
Okay. So you have signed the lease and have had it for a year with the landlord, and there's no way to get out of it absent paying some hefty termination fee? Or
No.
at this?
It's not something we can just terminate because it's a 12-year lease, a 12-month lease.
Oh, 12 months.
It's 12 months.
No, sorry, 5 years.
5 year lease.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And you're a year into it.
I'm mixing this up on my other property.
Wow.
It's 5-year lease, yeah.
Okay.
And we spent close to 48 grand. Just painting and, they have some equipment in there already, like a walk-in freezer that we had to fix. Most of the stuff's are already there. We just had to change them and service them. We did the grease trap because it was blocked. We had to service it.
Okay. Thank you for the background on that. I just wanted to understand kind of what the current condition was and what the current structure was that you had signed up for.
no other questions for the applicant? You folks can have a seat. Well, at this time. Thank you. So I guess the question is how we reconcile staff's recommendation with the fact that's really just not going to work for this operation. And
Talk about it.
Is that, you want to bring that to our attention? Is that what it's going to look like?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I tend to agree with staff's recommendation on the limitation of the hours. I am a little concerned about the target market being folks that might be impaired. That's a concern for me. It's unfortunate that it appears they've already entered into an agreement with the property owner before they were sure that this was going to be approved.
Well, that happens in the restaurant business, but I guess so the question is, do we proceed with the denial, or do we approve it with staff recommendations so they could perhaps remarket the property to another restaurant group?
I like the second option better.
Okay. All right. Then in that case, my motion is that we delete to TS, subject to all zoning division comments and recommendations 1 through 9. Do I need to read these all into the record, John, or? Yes. Okay. Okay. The site plan received on March 4, 2024, number 1. Number 2, applicant to stripe parking area to meet parking regulations. Number 3, the only variances allowed are those mentioned in the zoning analysis necessary for the existing structure to remain. Any new development to meet code regulations without any additional variances. Number 4, restaurant use only. Number 5, hours limited to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. Number 6, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 7, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 8, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number 9, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call the question. And doesn't look like it's working, so we'll show by sign. Motion approves 3-0.
All right, next case is LUP 14, Flora Esmeralda Gonzalez requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 55 of the 20th district. The property is located on the south side of Hickory Cove, west of Hickory Chase. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for LUP 14, Flora Esmeralda Gonzalez? Is there anyone here opposed to this case? Mr. Vice Chair Moore, the applicant is not present.
All right, this case is in District 1. What is the pleasure of Commissioner Boulogne?
Do I need to make a motion on this, or can I just recommend we hold this for 30 days?
It could be either one.
Yeah.
Or continue.
That'd be my motion, that we continue this for 30 days.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to continue this for 30 days. I'll provide the second for that. Any discussion? Okay, show by sign of aye. All right, it's approved 3-0.
Okay, next item is LEP 16, Stephen Duncan, who requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 1106 of the 19th district. The property is located on the south side of Megan Way, southwest of Chanta Lane. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 16? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Duncan. I am the owner of 4705 Megan Way. And we're asking for, we have 9 children, all of them being teenagers and older adults, 4 being still in high school. They all drive, so we have more vehicles in our driveway than I guess the code allows. So we're just asking that we be able to park our vehicles in our driveway.
Okay, all right, thank you. Appreciate that. There's no opposition here, and this is in District 4, so that's the district that I represent. I notice here from the aerial that there at least appears to be a 3-car garage on one of the structures there. I'm assuming there might be another garage, perhaps a 2-car garage on the main structure. Any reason those vehicles can't be parked inside?
On the one side, on the three-car garage side, there's a loft above it that is built in as like a mother-in-law suite. So there is a car inside that garage, but on the other side of that garage is the, it's a working garage, tools and different kind of things like that in that garage. So 2 of those spaces are taken up. A couple of the vehicles will not fit into those garages. So, and mainly putting something in, most that stay in that garage is vehicles that don't move or that don't move in and out every day. Most of the other vehicles move in and out every day, going to school, going to work, going to issues like that. And on the other side, it's really not operation proper to park inside that garage. It has a, it's not to be able to get it in and shut the door. So there is actually a car in there right now, but it's a 1973 Z28 Camaro in the one on the house.
Okay.
So basically, it's just all of our vehicles and our children's vehicles, which all 4 of our children that are in high school have driver's license and a vehicle, and then 2 of our older children also have vehicles, but we're not like running a business out of here. And I think the original complaint was there was a multi-family living in the home, and that's why there were so many, or there was multiple families living in the home. But it is me and my wife, our 6 children, and our 3 foster children.
Okay. I'm just looking at a form that's here. I see you and your wife listed along with your children as well. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it looks like 6 of the 7 have vehicles? Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? The 14-year-old doesn't have a vehicle?
She's 15 now, but no, she don't have a vehicle, but that would soon be coming, not at this point, but.
Okay.
And then unless a couple of the other ones get married and move out.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I have for now. I may call you back up. Let me check to see if any of my fellow commissioners have questions for this gentleman, the applicant, while he's up here. Okay. If you could take a seat, don't go too far, and I'm going to have code enforcement come up, please.
Good morning, Yolisa Forster, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Good morning. Could you, I know just based on some documentation I have that a code enforcement complaint was filed. Can you kind of bring us up to speed on what the status is of code enforcement as it relates to this particular?
Okay. We received a complaint January 9th of 2024 stating that 4 business vehicles are at the property daily. There's the dumpsters, employees at the property, and 11 vehicles daily. An officer went out on January 18th of 2024 and issued a notice of violation for customary home occupation, single-family dwelling, parking standards to the owner, Brandy. There was 2 business vehicles present during the inspection. One was parked in the front yard on the grass. The officer explained the ordinance and how to come into compliance. The owner stated that multiple people in the house have a business vehicle, and the officer told her she's only allowed to have 1 business vehicle. The officer recommended for them to apply for a LUP because they are allowed to have 6 adults and 6 vehicles, but out of the 6 vehicles, 4 can be parked outside of the garage or carport most of the week. The owner did complete an occupancy statement showing who all lives at the property and what vehicles that they do have. And they did come and apply for the LUP. I had an officer go out to the property to see if there were any business vehicles. On 427, the officer observed just 1 business vehicle parked at the property at that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Are there any questions y'all have? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could have the applicant come back. So at least based on staff's presentation, that indicates that they're businesses associated. What sorts of businesses?
I drive a business company van, and my daughter drives a company vehicle. There's generally only one my vehicle that I drive daily is generally the only business vehicle, but we're not operating a business out of the home. We're not conducting business. He did say we had employees coming over. I just had the house repainted. We've been doing some structural work on the outside of it, but other than that, we don't have business meetings at this place. It's a family-owned and operated business, so my two daughters, me and my wife, we do work for the business, but we don't park business other than the vehicle that I drive daily to manage jobs and go back and forth. Is the only business vehicle that gets parked on the property.
Okay, so you don't have clients coming in and out?
No,
at all?
absolutely not. He was saying that because I do have 9 children, one being an Atlanta police officer, other being a United States Marine who just come home. And so they come over. We have lunch on Mondays. But other than that, the only people that are generally in my home or on my property are blood-related family.
Gotcha. I noticed one of the vehicles in the image that's showing up here is parked on the grass.
That's very old, and I'm not sure I don't know what vehicle that is. It's kind of hard to see, but generally we don't. My daughter did come my son-in-law did come and park down at the bottom of the yard, and that's where the one business vehicle that he was coming to visit us in, but he is my son-in-law. He parked down at the bottom on the grass, just not to block the road. I told him to pull up on the grass. And so, and it did sit there for a day, but they came and said, move it, we moved it.
So I know there's no opposition here presently, but I'm in receipt of at least, 2 complaints that were submitted with respect to some of the activity here. I'll just read a couple. It says, don't allow the variance. They have up to 9 vehicles in the drive and on the street. They're concerned about traffic, vehicles coming and going of all times of day and night. So that's one concern that apparently a neighbor may have. And then another one that just says, some of these are company vehicles, vans that create noise on our street, making it difficult to get around them. Allowing more parked cars at this address will make it more congested. So you're at the end of a cul-de-sac. So talk to me a little bit about your parking on the right-of-way. Is that something you do, or you try to encourage everybody to at least park in the driveway so that your neighbors can?
Mainly it's parking in the driveway. All the vehicles generally, we don't want to leave them down, especially the personal vehicles. There are a time or two, if people come over or something, they will park down at the end of the road, or we have a birthday party or something like that. But everybody on that street would do the same thing. If they had a birthday party, they would park down at the bottom of the street. Now, we would use the cul-de-sac, because there's only one house in the cul-de-sac. There's only 2 houses basically on our street and their family, and that's kind of the one that we're the newcomers in the neighborhood. So, if we wash our car and listen to our radio, the police gets called on us. So, I mean, it's, I'm a pastor of a church, all my children, the music we don't throw parties, we don't get drunk out in the yard, we don't, we're not and there's no cars coming out all night long. And every one of my children, even my 22-year-old daughter who lives with us, is generally home by midnight.
Okay.
So we don't bother nobody. We're just wanting to be able to park our vehicles. And I get the street and all that, and we're not trying to block the roadway or cause any kind of that. But you know how many cars come down our street?
How many?
3, besides ours. And that's the neighbor that lives across the street and his son who lives right beside him. He drives a red pickup truck, and the son drives another little pickup truck, and the other son drives a car. That's it. Those are the only cars that come down our street. And so we're not prohibiting those cars to be able to, if we did park down at the bottom of the driveway, we're not obstructing the roadway to where they're not able to maneuver, and we're not blocking a driveway.
Yeah, and I can see, though, another concern, obviously, is in the event an emergency vehicle needed to get here as well.
Absolutely.
And so we want to be sure that, obviously, that's...
And like I say, mainly down there at the bottom is, we're just asking for, we're not asking for permission to park on the roadway. We're asking, that we be able to park our cars on our driveway, which is a very large driveway. And we do have vehicles inside the garage area, so.
Right. Okay. Are there any other questions y'all have for the applicant? John, what is staff's recommendation here?
The staff recommendation was to deny the request.
And what's staff's?
It was based mostly on the code enforcement action on the property.
Okay, all right.
Which would be understandable if it wasn't residents of the home, or we
Right.
were operating in a business, or, you know, we're law-abiding citizens just trying to use our property. We're not trying, and just so I may say, these ain't, the oldest vehicle sitting in the driveway is a 2006, but anything after that vehicle, and that's my 18-year-old son's, they're brand-new vehicles. They're not broke down, they're not junked up, you know. They're just our personal vehicles.
Okay. Appreciate that. I think based on, well, I think my recommendation is to recommend that we approve the LUP, but only for 12 months, and that code enforcement staff do quarterly visits to the property to determine compliance with a couple of conditions I want to add. One is there'll be that all vehicles be parked on a hardened surface in
Absolutely.
the driveway, preferably.
Yes, sir.
And I really want to add a condition that no on-street parking be allowed as well. And that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay. So that's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, we'll call the question. Okay, so it is approved for 12 months with those conditions applied to it.
Appreciate you very much.
Thank you, sir.
You have a great day. Do I need to do anything else?
You have to come back in 2 weeks to have appear before the Board of Commissioners.
Again?
Yes, sir. Yeah, 2 weeks.
That completes your agenda.
That completes our agenda, gentlemen. I think we have 2 other things to consider. The first is, let's consider our minutes from the zoning hearing on April 12th. We'll need a motion.
I move to approve the zoning minutes from,
I'm sorry, April 2nd,
April.
excuse me. said
I was
April
looking
12th.
for the 12th. I was like, did I miss something? Move to approve the minutes from the April 12th zoning, planning commission hearing.
April 2nd.
April 2nd planning commission hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Any discussion, call a question, show by sign of aye. Minutes approved 3-0. And then minutes for our special call meeting on April 29th.
Move to approve the minutes from the special called meeting on April 29th, 2024.
Second.
Motion and a second. No, any discussion? Motion approved. That concludes our meeting for today. We stand adjourned.